All right. Lettuce. That's all. Just lettuce. Delicious. Ben Whiffle endorsed. Hello, hello. How goes it? How goes it? We are going to be doing some spicy stuff today. And by spicy, I mean I predict that I won't have any hair left by the end of it. I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing well enough. Well enough to stream. Ben, thank you very much for the tier 1 Subarino. Thank you, thank you. Happy 9 months. Congrats on the stream, baby. Alrighty, let's see what on earth I was doing. So we're doing some rotation stuff today. Basically, we need to make the dot face the launch velocity. And then something else. I don't know. Let's just go into here. Set an initial rotation and angular velocity. So what we're going to do, we always want our projectile. We want the actor to face the velocity, right? That's pretty like an arrow would, right? An arrow always goes like this. Oh. So that should be the same for like all coded projectiles, not physically simulated ones. But we want the mesh itself to rotate independently from that. So when we set initial rotation angular velocity, we're going to get our... Well, we need to get this first. Our mesh's initial world rotation. And then we need to... set the actor's rotation. And then set this set rotation. Set world rotation back to what it was. But we probably want it to keep... Ooh, actually, I wonder... Because this is world... So world rotation is... fucking weird. Let's just see what this does, right? So we would expect them all to... We'd expect the arrows to move this way, but the knives to not actually rotate at all, which is exactly what happens. So that's step 1. Yep. Cool. And now they'll start rotating because they're rotating with the thing. But we want them to be aligned on their... fuck, what axis is it? On their... blue... No, on their... fucking... What would that be? their green axis. Fuck, I'm confused. Because we could get actor. Well, we can get the item actor. Get rotation. And we could use one of the values there to... But I don't think that'll work, because that's world rotation we're talking about. So we kind of need to... fuck, I don't know. I'm struggling with UE5 lately. I write really complicated systems and then lose motivation when I have to enter large amounts of data. Yeah, I know exactly. I know exactly how you feel. I run into that a lot as well, which is usually when I just say, fuck it, start something new and come back and finish that later when it's completely necessary. I mean, nothing's ever completely necessary. Like, this thing that I'm doing right now, which is very convoluted and very silly and completely unnecessary, but I'm using it as a learning experience to, like, you know, just to practice. Sometimes it's good to just practice writing systems, working with stupid rotations and all that kind of shit. Because it's kind of like, sometimes when you're writing complex code and you've got like a deficit in attention span, sometimes... So, okay, so let's say the system is a progress bar. That's not a progress bar. So 0 to 100%, you know, being completed. If your kind of average duration before you give up is, I don't know, let's say 10 units. In order to complete a system, you just need to get faster at doing it. You just need to get better and more efficient at coding it until eventually you can complete something before your attention span says, nah, fuck yeah. So by practicing, we get further every time we start something, you know? We get closer towards starting and finishing something. Whereas a lot of the time it's like, boo, and we like just fall off there. So, yeah. It's also like, I think it's very common to like feel guilty about like, you know, abandoning a system or a project, or, you know, like, sunk cost fallacy where, I've already put in all this time, and so, you know, because I put in all this time, it's like time wasted and I'm never going to get it back, and, you know, epic sag, whatever. But the true way, not just better way, but the true way to look at it is that you are investing in your skills rather than, you know, trying to complete a product and whatnot. And, you know, every time you give up and then rebuild something later, it gets better each time. So I wouldn't stress too much about it. No, not you. Is it the you? No, because this is world yaw. My lord. Does that work, though? Are they all aligned? No. No, but that's what I want, isn't it? Or is it? No, I want that to be... Yeah, that's definitely not going to hurt anyone. Yeah, no, I don't think... Well, maybe it's the initial yaw that I want, but not that. What do you think about it? Yeah, I mean, I think everyone beats themselves up about stuff like that all the time. Ooh, is that it? No, that's... No. How am I gonna... How do I rotate these? Well, actually, no. Let's look. If I wanted this to go in that direction... then what would I need to change? Which local axis would I need to change in order to make it... It'd be the yaw. Yeah, because like if I wanted that to shoot out there, we'd want to change the yaw so that it could then rotate around its... this one. So we want to only adjust the yaw. We want to keep the... No, but this is local shit, innit? Well, okay, we can set the world rotation back to the initial after we do the actor thing. So that's step one. So we're now back at step one. And then we kind of want to add... Is it going to be building system in your game or mining resource gathering, or is it more Elden Ring kind of RPG? I've always loved building and stuff. So maybe like a post-release update. But I think base building probably isn't a very core thing. However, mining and resource gathering... kind of. It won't be like... It won't be like focused on it like... you know, like Minecraft or Valheim or... you know, games where it's about gathering resources to then progress. It'll be more like... I guess kind of like Elden Ring or like Dark Souls is probably a better example, where you can find upgrade materials and then use them to, you know, kind of craft, upgrade, make things. But there might be like some kind of gathering loops where it's like, I think like the main sort of hub, like, you know, the place that you respawn or whatever, will be like a caravan of like artisans. So, you know, there's like a blacksmith and a jeweler and a blah blah blah. And so they'll probably require, obviously, the main material, but then also some auxiliary stuff like, you know, the smithy needs wood to turn to charcoal to fuel the forge and that kind of thing. So you might have to go a little bit out of your way to cut down some trees and blah, blah, blah. But it won't be like full on, you know, I'm going to deforest this entire thing to progress in the game. It'll be sort of like a little distraction. And I think as long as the gathering is like in game, so like let's say I'm this dude, and we have an axe. It'd be a lumber axe, but you know, if it's actually like we need to attack it and cut it down, kind of thing, it's a lot more satisfying than like, you know, a lot of games is just like go up to this thing and press F or E or whatever the interact button is, and it'll just appear in your inventory. But I think if we like keep it using the existing mechanics of the game, which is like a really common thing that we're going to be doing, like everything should be using the game's core systems to make it more fun and that kind of thing. So, you know, if you want to find some medicinal herbs, you've got to go out, you've got to get your, you know, some sort of cutting implement. You got to just fucking go to town and slash them up and then pick them up from there. Or like, yeah, mining, you got to get a hammer or a pickaxe and just go to town beating the shit out of it. But I think keeping it as like an active experience is the way to go. Jumbo, Blueprint Breaker, thanks, thank you. I made it myself. So when we, I mean, I could like pause this and then see what needs to be done, couldn't I? So is it an issue of the yaw? It isn't though, is it? Oh, unless it was that. But see, we could do the same thing with like one of the other. Like if that was like that, we could just. I don't know. It is difficult. How do we align the? You know what else I should do? I should make these fucking way bigger, just so we can see them. 5 times bigger. Whoa. Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, fuck. I just got pushed out of the world. Classic. Sweet. That should be fine. Yeah. Hello there. No, you from YouTube. Really appreciate your 5-minute breakdowns. Awesome, awesome. Good to hear it. One question: is this the first game you're making, like full beginning to end project? This is the first project ever. So yeah, I've been, I guess, working on this project since I started game development. Full stop. This is like my learning project, basically. But it's also like a full-on project. Well, I guess we could just always rotate. No, because then the. Actually, wait, no, hold on. What if we do... What's this axis? This would be the green axis, y-axis. If we say on... no, that might not. Brave motivated man. Thank you, thank you. Brave or stupid. I remember viewing stream once in the past. Had Dev with some other chat. How did you guys meet? Oh, Andrew. We just met on Discord, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I mean, he just saw the YouTube videos and was like, this is sick. Do you need help? And I was like, I desperately need help. Please help. And that's how we met. That's how I've met everyone. Like, everyone that works on the project currently. Just met through Discord, YouTube Discord, that kind of thing. Home to Andrew. Oh, he's still alive. But we... Ooh. Oh, right, not ad. Gotcha. We went separate ways because of like the differing amount of time that we had to commit to the project. Because he was full time at a like a full time, like a real job. You know how people have that like real job thing? It's kind of lame. Wait, add Delta. That's what we want. We want it to rotate around its Y. So this might, in theory, work. But see, then I'm not sure if these are... I mean, they are aligned. But then it's almost like... They're not facing the... Yeah, because we want to adjust the yaw so that the yaw... Local yaw... matches the... No, but it's... Animatolog. How's it going? I want to ask a question. Do you have any advice for camera movement in platform games? Camera don't follow camera in some places in platform parkour games. Just wonder how it's made. For example, little... Let me have a look. Oh, I love ads. Yeah, I get you. So it's yeah. Oh, so it depends what you mean, because yeah, this camera, it's a... Well, now it's scrolling. Now it's zooming out. Now it's, yeah, panning. Well, not panning, it's tracking with the thing. And then there was some points back here where it was panning to follow the character, but not tracking. So... I guess knowing... I mean, you'd have to set up a system that can handle all of the motions that you want it to do. So, in cinematography, you've got tracking, which is... Here's your target, and you move the whole camera along in line with the target. But then panning is keeping the camera stationary and rotating it to, you know, follow the target. And then in there was also like parts where it would zoom out and that kind of thing. So the way that I do it is through, I call them camera volumes, which have like a start and end point. You could probably do it with splines as well, like nearest point to spline, blah, blah, blah. And you just kind of program in the moves there. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, the other thing is you can have multiple cameras and alert between them. So, yeah, you could have a camera component set up called, you know, tracking camera, blah, blah, blah. Or maybe you've got like a tracking strength and a panning strength and a, you know, zoom out as it approaches, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it definitely depends on the project. Something I do is my camera is detached. So I detach the camera from the player. And so, you know, when I do this, it uses the player as a base, like the anchor location. And then we offset it using like the mouse cursor position on the screen. But then we can have volumes that, for example, camera volume. Which I'll put in here. It's outer, should go to like here. And this camera volume can do, you know, heaps of stuff. So we could say, when we enter this volume, as we approach this inner sphere, we want it to go to a different angle, or we want like the field of view to, you know, decrease, well, increase, but, you know, whatever. And then the angle to like decrease maybe, and make the distance come in a bit. So this will like kind of, as we move in towards it. Oh, maybe I haven't got it set up. Wouldn't that be awkward? If I'd just broken it and it didn't work? I think that might be the case. Oh, it would be in the, what do we call it? I bet you it's just not colliding. All right, this is fixable. This is very easily fixed. Let me just do this real quick. Sorry, let me keep going through chat before I get too lost. Do you use the cheap fog system you did in a tutorial before? Yes, that is what I use here. All my fog and stuff, including like the coloring and stuff, is done using that method. So no volumetrics required. Any chance of doing a video on rotation? No, it sounds simple, but I get problems with rotation switching to -180 and axis changing during rotation insert. The rotation is supposed to switch to 180. I'm guessing you mean... Anyway. If you want to expand upon that, like why is it switching to negative 180 a bad thing? Because the rotation goes from 0 to 180 / negative 180. They're the same thing, same point, and then back around negative 180. Jumbo, do you know if there's any way to be the blend between values without a timeline? Issue with timelines is sometimes you don't know the values you want to blend between. Yes, that's something that I do very often. It is start time. Start time. Minus current time. Divided by the, I guess, duration. And that's it. And you can also do this in shaders, which is something that I do a lot. And then you have to tick that. Or if you want it to do it, you know, for like a camera movement or something, yeah, you need to do it on tick. Which, don't be afraid of tick. Like, there's nothing fucking wrong with tick. A timeline uses tick. So, I rest my case. But yeah, so if we get game time in seconds, this is our start time. We set a variable, and then once we've set that variable, we get that variable, whatever it is. So let's say game time was 100 when we set the variable. Then we get the current time, which on the frame that it happens is 100. And so 100 minus 100 is 0. And then for every second after this was set, this returns 1. So if we divide this by 20, then it's going to take 20 seconds before the value goes from 0 to 1. And so that's how we can get anything. This is also really handy if you don't want to constantly update things. So for example, let's say we have food in our backpack that over time it deteriorates. It goes moldy or something. What we could do, instead of every tick checking every single object in the game and, doing that kind of thing where we increase its moldiness by 0.01, what we could do is just have the time that it was last checked. So when we opened our inventory or something, set that. Well, before we'd have to calculate how moldy it would have gotten in the time that we didn't observe it. And then we would just set, okay, this is the last time we checked it. So then next time we do check it, we know how much time has elapsed and we can do the calculation from there. So, yeah. It's a very handy way of doing that kind of thing. Although it it assumes that the decay rate is constant. Like it's always, you know, decaying at this rate or something. If the rate changed, so let's say we went into an area where the decay rate of food increased. Maybe it's like, you know, the humid swamp or something. As soon as that rate changes, we need to update everything before that, and then, you know, we know the new rate and blah, blah, blah. Unless you, like... unless... Well, actually, I take that back. You could take note of the time that the rate changed and the rate that it changed to. You can have an array of them, and then when you check it next, you could, yeah, kind of like construct a, like, velocity graph out of that data and get the final thing. So yeah, I guess there are ways to do it. Dan Marquez. Marquez. Poor Agent Discourse, how to explain interpolating X causes Z to jump to negative, basically something to do with it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a fucking disaster, basically. Wait, am I? Oh, that's construction screen. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you the camera thing, right? Is my character not on? Could just do that. You know what? We'll do that. Alright, this might work. No, it doesn't want to overlap. That is great. Why would it not be overlapping? I guess it's something to do with my character, isn't it? In we go. Characters, players. Let's go to our capsule. Go to its collision settings. Generate overlap events. Does that need to be for both things? Collision presets, living being capsule. It is a pawn. Query out. Oh, is that what? No, because it's just overlap. It's not simulating. Oh, there we go. Okay. What's our breakpoint thing? This should be working, yeah? Right. As I move to here... Yeah. So, like... You can see it's a smooth process. So there's the outer sphere. And then the inner sphere, which is like here, where it like fully completes its thing. So we could do something dumb, like, or maybe it's not dumb, maybe it's smart. Maybe it's actually smart. Like this. And we'll bring the distance in a bit. So now it's gonna like change the angle as we go into here. You know? Because we're in this volume. Which could be useful. So, yeah, but that's how we're handling it. Yeah. Changing values or just transitioning between values. So yeah, it's just affecting or like adding an offset to the current, like the actual player character rather than, yeah, changing cameras. Which is nice because it means that if there is like, you know, a camera shake effect that we're doing on our player character camera thing, it'll still apply. It just gives a bit more control than having multiple cameras and needing to like manage multiple cameras. So this here is just a visualization of what it, like what the target is. It isn't an actual camera. It's just, yeah, some values that get set and that kind of thing. And then we can also like adjust the fall off of the, like we could say inner radius small, outer radius big. This is gonna hurt my head. Oh, does it not go past? Maybe there's gimbal lock on it, which would be good. Anyway, enough of that. Let's continue on our quest to, I don't know, what are we doing again? We've got ads here. So we need music. Nice. All right, here's our thing, our projectiles, right? And we want them to change their Z rotation to face the thing, but their local Z rotation. How the fuck do I do that? Set initial rotation. This is the hard part. We could do like look at rotation. Find a local rotation range of blah 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 for an object with a start transform to point at target location. Find a local rotation. Does that mean relative local? Because like look at rotation is a world space one. Rotation of an object at start location to point at target location. Yeah, it's not right. So for example, if we do this, we want to, so they've been booped. Oh no, I don't want to stop. I just wanted to pause. Right, so they've been booped. Let's eject. We ideally want this. No, we wanted. Yeah, no, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, because that'll change the green axis. So we want our this one to change. Oh yeah. So we want the. So we want to rotate the blue one so that the green one intersects the forward vector. That's what I've been trying to say the whole time. So in this case, this knife is properly aligned. Well, you could do with a tiny little adjustment, which would be that. And then this one would need to do this. So how the fuck do I do that? This is important, by the way. So we want to adjust. But how do we do this is the thing. It's not look at rotation. It is and we need to avoid world rate. Well, no, because we can. So that's, yeah, misaligned. And ideally, this should work from any rotation. Yeah, so this one we'd want to, again, change the what's it called? This one's the most extreme example. So we need to rotate vector rotator from axis and angle. Create a rotation from this axis. What the fuck does that mean? Create a rotation from this axis and supplied angle in degrees. That isn't helpful. Right axis. Rotation x vector? Okay, the x direction vector after this rotation. No. Well, is it just that we need to... Let's look at the actual values. So, like, this one here. Good example. This one's rotation, world rotation, is that. But then the static meshes rotation. So if we were to adjust this until that, yeah, to be there, until that does it again, what is the... What's like the... What's the commonality between them? Probably nothing. I doubt there is any. What about this one? We were to get static mesh and adjust this until that does that. That's a relative. So it's relative rotation is a fucking nightmare. Oh, wow, I want to die. Kill me, please. I mean, we could do... All right, so I think what we need to do is axis. We're not going into Quaternion land. We can do this. Rotate vector around axis. No, but that's vector. That's vector. Not getting the problem. Just get. Okay, so let's say we have some throwing weapon animations, right? And we have a throwing knife. So if we throw it like this, and it's on this angle, we need it to keep rotating like that towards its target, so that the animation might not be perfect, but if it's like we're throwing it this way, but we actually end up pointing it over there, we need to turn it in a way that only changes one axis, but still allows it to be aligned properly, if that makes sense. And then after we figure that out, we also need to, what's it called? Predict the amount of rotations it needs to embed itself in the target perfectly, so that it doesn't hit with the butt end of the projectile. So it sounds like a bit of bollocks, and it is. I think doing look at rotations probably the best bet. That would be world rotation. Get the cross product of the orientation and the velocity. Use that as your rotation axis. Cross product of the orientation and the velocity. It's a pain in the ass. Can't you just fake it? I mean, yeah, we could just, completely fake it. But for small, like knives and stuff, it'd be fine. However, if we throw a sword at someone and it clearly hits them with the butt end, then it looks silly. So, yeah. I think you are right. I think the cross product is where it is getting interesting. So I guess it would be rotate. No, but it's not rotate vector around axis. It's because a cross product is a vector, right? But what we want to do is so the way we actually rotate it is using the local rotation of the mesh, right? So the mesh just goes like this. Super easy. But it's about getting the initial orientation correct, so that if we wanted it to shoot up this way, then it would be aligned and then also do this. And that way it'll work with things like, you know, boomerangs, if they like need to curve and that kind of thing, or if it's, you know, something that we throw sideways, it'll still work. And with any orientation and any animation, that kind of thing. So that's kind of the point. But then it still also functions as a projectile because we change... So, like, the actual projectile is facing its velocity at all times, because that'll make it a lot easier to do different behaviors and stuff. You can see here, like, it's correct almost. It's just that, yeah, we need to get the Y vector oh no, that one isn't correct at all. That one's kind of way off. Yeah, we just need to rotate the Z so that the... I don't fucking know. Something, yeah, something cross product. But then how does this go to a rotation? Well, I guess we go from... Actually... If we get the actor rotation, launch velocity, rot from Z, whatever the fuck that means, and then this sets world rotation. If we set that, well, let's just see what this does first. If we get rotation from Z, so this might change them too much to, yeah, that's, yeah. But they're aligned, right? That's the main thing. So, if we just take the yaw from this and keep the pitch and roll from the initial orientation, maybe that is what we want. No, it's definitely not. However, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe we want that, but these from there. That can't be right. That wouldn't be right. Nope. Nope. X and Z are unspecified, but will be author. We just need to get the Z. Oh no, because this is... Oh no, yeah, this is the world rotation. But we want to... does that needs to be normalized. Incorrect. I need to wee, so I'll be right back. See you all soon. All right, we're back. Also, Ben, thank you very much for the water. All right, back to our puzzle. Back to our puzzle. So what I'm thinking is... Ow. We need to get delta rotator between the mesh's local rotation. Well, no, actually, we could just get the world rotation. No, I take it back. Get relative rotation. Wait. Get local. How do I get... What's socket rotation? That's not... Rotation of the command relative to its parent. Why has that got a little doodad? Jay, how's it going? Welcome. And we need to get the world rotation and to delta the rotation of the component relevant to its parent. No. Well, actually, when I do that, I'm adding local rotation, that is what we want. Can I not get local then? Or just get rotation? Or is that what relative is? No, that's... Why can I not get the... Oh, that's... Yeah, no, I understand now. Okay, so when we do this shit, what if we get the world rotation of the item mesh and the relative rotation, and we get the Z and we add local in the Z equal to the delta. This might be dumb as hell. I guess we'll find out. Very wrong. This is very wrong. Beautiful. Just about to head to Pro class tomorrow. Damn. Damn. Learning sucks, bro. We just set the Z at 0. No, because that's worlds. So that'll just do, yeah, whack shit. Not learn anything. Even when you A sucks even more. True. True. That is true. Yeah. I get you. Actually, I could just do this, couldn't I? No, but that's... What is that, animating or advanced modeling courses? Yeah, exactly. They're all in here. They're all in your brain. Sometimes you just gotta make your own course, you know? Chart your own course. Ooh, that's profound. I don't really might make a course in the future. Yeah, I mean, fuck yeah, do it. Do it. So the second that this... Oh, no. The second that this does that, this would need to rotate in the Z by an amount. I mean, we could keep it... Because technically they are all rotating, like, aligned, because they're forcibly going. You know what? That might just be it. If it was... If it looked like this... So it comes out of the animation like this. It's facing up there. No, yeah, so I still want it to be... Yeah, no. Yeah. I mean, yeah, so this kind of shows what we want to do a bit better. Which is rotate the Z local Z so that the green is aligned with the thing. So then it will rotate like this along with the velocity. So if that isn't there, then it will just look dumb as fuck. Okay. Well, this one's probably an easier example to dick with. You guys chill. Stuff ever in April. Oh, nice. That's exciting. Well, no. Okay, so we need to get this. Make rot from X. But then we need to, like... Can I transform rotation? What does that mean? Transform a rotator by the supplied transform. For example, if T was an object to transform, this would transform a rotation from local space to world space. T was an object transform. This would transform a rotation. So if we get our item mesh, get transform, it would be get world transform. Probably, yes. Rotation this one. Then split your into there. Come on, baby. I'm just gonna keep going until we exhaust all options. Okay, that's not it. That is not it. What if this was the relative transform? Oh, this is set world rotation. No, fuck my life. We wanna add. Well, how do we add local rate? We want to add Z something. Who fucking knows? We'll find out. That looks as wrong as it possibly could be, which is not a... No, that ain't it. Yep, nope, nope, yep, nope. The hard thing is that it's a local rotation. So we want to twist its Z rotation. We can do this. I believe. Oh. No. I keep thinking that it's like that it worked, but like just not in the right axis, but no, it's a false alarm. Let's take a step back. So, we've got a thing. And we need to rotate Z. So that the... I guess it is the forward vector of the knife. Points towards... Well, no, it's not the forward vector, though. Because the forward vector is... Like, we want the forward vector of the knife and the forward vector of the projectile's direction to be on the same rotational axis, which is the y-axis. I mean, we could... No, that wouldn't work. Because we do need to change the Z orientation. You want it to match rotation velocity rather than rotation. No. I want to change. Let me explain one more time, right? So, I want to, when the thing is thrown, I want to change the Z the yaw, the local yaw of the mesh relative to the actor's rotation, blah, blah, blah. So that this axis, green axis, lines up with this. So that if I now resume play, it's rotating in the correct thing. At the point of, you know, when it's loosed. Because now after this point, I can... Oh, fuck. Well, now I can't, but, you know, now I can do this, blah, blah, blah. Does that make any sense? I don't know if it does. Basically, I just want to find the delta, local delta, between this and that. Going to be a certain rotation at a certain point. I guess, yeah. I want it to... I want a specific local rotation to something. It's like, see this, right? If we're in local space. Because now it's always going to, yeah, follow the... Can I set local? No. Tough one. I mean, if I delta between the local and the actors, Well, no, that would just give me the relative rotation. Yeah. Well, if I... No, yeah, so if I delta this and this, what does this give me? You know? What is it? Well, let's just, yeah, no, I'll print that. No, print stringer. I need that to last longer. We're learning. Learning. All right, we do the thing. We have negative 62, 8, 84. Then if I eject, what does that say about the local rotation? It's just nothing. It's just... Oh, wait, no, this one, sorry. It's completely different. Oh, no, that's the... Would it be this way? I feel like we're getting into, like, Quaternion land. You know? No thanks. Oh, okay, no, that is that. That's that. Well, if it paused, let's just not do the frickin' update. Oh shit! What the fuck? Hello? You go in there, please. There we go. Let's not update it after. Well, we'll yeah, no, yeah, it's not. So that's a starting rotation. So now we've gotten the relative rotation to this point. Nope. No, we don't. Nope. Or is that... Shit up. Rotations. Oh. We can set relative rotation. But what good is that going to do us? Yeah, it's fucked because one of them's in local, one of them's in big boy space. I think the key is to do it here with a transform somehow, rather than trying to figure it out afterwards. Because like this... No, because that's in world. Gotcha. What about this? How do we get forward vector? And then we've got the launch velocity. And we like do something. We something cross something rot from something. Something. Like I said, we do a little brute force, we do a little brute force. Shikapaletta, hello. How are you? Probably better than I am. That isn't right though, because that isn't... It's like the... Oh, wait. Launch velocity needs to be normalized. Also, I barely even know what this is doing, but, like, fuck that. Let's just fucking figure it out. Mesh initial world rotation. Forward vector. Cross. Launch velocity. Make row from X. Are these different orientations? They are. So what does it mean? Is it from Z? No, but see that's not it. It's not it. What are you trying to do? I don't even know at this point. I don't even know. We're trying to... something. We're trying to something. We're trying to do something, that's for sure. It's just like, how do we fucking rotate this so that it fucking works? Frame when I face a Blu-ray. Kind of, yeah, yeah. Like, so... We'll do an example. When we launch these bad boys... Could be any weapon, right? We want... So these are going to rotate along their green. Whatever the fuck it's called. This one? Okay, well, not in world space, though. In local... Yeah, like this. Okay. They're going to do their thing, right? Like local rotation, blah, blah, blah. However, we need... the blue, the yaw, to rotate so that the green intersects the forward vector. And then, you know, we just add rotation from there. Super easy. So in this case, it's a bit more extreme. It would need to be this, like this. Now it's free to do its thing. Yeah. I mean, like, there are other ways we could do it, but they wouldn't be as... They wouldn't be as nice. I mean, like, we could just completely fake it, you know? But it'd be nice if we have some, you know, sick throwing knife animation, whatevers. If they have a knife and they do one from overhead and it's like diagonal, and then they do one again from the side and another one from below and above and whatever. Just like fucking pulling shit out left, right, and center. It'd be nice if they were all oriented the actual way that they were thrown, rather than just defaulting to be, you know, all upright and like doing this, if that makes sense. Make rot from XY using the forward and right vector. So that would be our launch velocity. No, sorry, our... initial rotation. So you're saying rot from XY. So forward vector. Oh. Or no, it would be the forward vector of the... It'd be like the launch velocity, wouldn't it? Something like that. Because this is the... So here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that's complicated. The actual projectile actor. So this arrow is the projectile actor's orientation, and we're rotating the mesh in local space. So like if I just go to the update projectile rotation, and we say, well, we plug it in first. And we skip that. That's the easy mode way. If we do this, then we'll see what happens. I've evidently dicked something up because that shouldn't have done that. Oh wait, did I plug that in? Launch. Initial rotation. I did plug that in. Ooh, maybe I get somewhere. What are they doing now, though? That's the thing. I mean, they are both doing that. I just... Can I, like... Do I have a simulate button? There we go. That looks just about right. Let me just... What's the other thing we need to do? Oh no, we do want to do that. Set actor rotation, but then add local rotation to the mesh component. Yeah. Okay, what does this even look like? I think that's it. Oh. So we were like throwing that. Yeah, no, that is it. That's just straight up it. So imagine we throw one like this, because the main thing is, right, that the animation might not be perfectly aligned, you know, with the way that it's actually gonna move. So like imagine that the animation wants to throw it this way, but it's not aligned, blah blah blah. This would then align it to then, yeah, do its thing. Now it does have a little jump, although I don't know if the jump is that big considering the... No, it actually isn't much of a jump. Well, I don't know if it's... No, it's... Yeah, no, it's perfect. I think that's it. Fuck yeah, we're moving on now. Go team. Thank you. Yeah. We got there with a lot of help. Forever immortalized. Okay, now the fun begins. Now the fun begins, which is calculating how many rotations it has to do in order to embed itself in the target properly. Which is kind of easy because we have the... what's it called? We know what the velocity is going to be when it reaches the point that it's trying to hit. So at this point, we know what the velocity will be. So then all we need to do is have a... where is it? Initial rotation, angular velocity. We've got the... So the initial launch pitch doesn't matter. That should be here. That should be the launch pitch relative to the... let's call it the initial launch rotation, because they're only going to rotate around one axis. And once we've set this rotation, that axis is fixed. Because we're using... Because it's the local rotation. So yeah, this is just the initial launch rotation, which is going to be the get relative rotation. Maybe just get... I hate that, like... What does this symbol mean again? Does anyone remember what the two balls mean? Actually, that's the other thing I need to check, is if we do this, what are the values actually... If we did this... Yeah, then that's 90. In X. So then this would be... Oh no, fuck. Fuck my life. Shit. How do we know? Wait, is that relative? Yeah. How are we gonna know what the fucking... mean? Ah, true. Yeah. Yeah, it is. But what does that mean? What, like, is it a replicated getter? I don't... Who knows? The overlapping balls. I could probably use a dot to figure out... Because if we get the forward vector... So let's say our thing starts here, right? And we dot this forward vector of the mesh and the launch... Well, yeah, the launch velocity. Then this would... result in 1. This would result in 0. This would be -1. Then we can just multiply that by, like, just turn that into degrees. Or, like, you know, however many revolutions it needs in order to... Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, that should work. That should work. Because a dot product is, like, omnidirectional. Although, is a dot product... Is If there's a vector this way and a vector at 45 degrees, is that 0.5? Yeah, it is. Because it wouldn't be able to be not linear. That would be dumb as fuck. Okay. So we have the launch velocity. We have this new rotation. Fuck. This one. No? Yes. No. We want to get the... There we go. And then we want to dot these. And we know that... Oh, but how do we know? Well, because it's either side of it. Maybe a dot won't work. Oh, no. No, it should. Well, no, because then we don't know if it's this way or that way. We'd have to do dot of the forward and the up vector. And compare it this way. Now we're gaming. Kill myself. Anyway, let's save this bit. This is like correctional stuff. The main thing is we know the time until it hits the target because we calculate the arc that it's going to travel on until it hits the target. We know the speed that it's launched at. Although the speed doesn't necessarily mean how fast it's going to be traveling because gravity... Well, no, I guess if gravity speeds it up and slows it down, it should be good enough. I don't fucking know. So we've got the time till the target's hit. We may have to... We can calculate this a different way if we want. Then we've got the desired rotation rate, or let's just say desired rotations per second. That's fucking less of a mouthful. So we divide the time by, so time in seconds, until target hit. Then the desired rotations per second, we divide, then we round, and this is the nearest number of rotations that we'll need to do. Then we need to do it the other way, where we divide this time seconds until target hit divided by the rounded number, right? So like, okay, let's calculator. So it's going to take 5 seconds, and we want it to rotate at 7 per second. Gets rounded up to 1. No, what does that mean? No, I do it the other... Fuck my life. What am I... Who... What? Side rotations per second. Time seconds until target hit. Okay, okay. Let's do smaller number. We do... two seconds. And we want to do 4 rotations per second. Fuck, it's 0. Okay, that's a shit number. Okay. 2 seconds till it hits. We want to do 5 per second. So that'll get rounded down to 0. Now we have divide by 0 error. Fuck my life. No, wait, no. We need to get the remainder. Oh, which is this result minus the rounded number. And then this needs the remainder gets divided by the rounded number and then added to the desired rotations per second. Right? Yeah, it is like modulo, but the Aldi version of it. The home brand version. So that's desired rotations per second, then that means the angular velocity will be... I don't know if angular velocity is the right... Is angular velocity... Well, no, it's like just a rotation rate. Launch... rotation, right? Because it's one-dimensional. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. So, desired rotations per second plus the remainder distributed over each of these. And then multiplied by 360. Right? Right? Who fucking knows? Well, I guess now we do a little testing. Let's just say we've got this huge fucking knife, right? And how can we like stop it at its... Well, actually, if we on tick... Well, we don't even have to do it on tick. We could just do it on launch. We could just draw debug sphere. We can also draw this one. Draw debug. Projectile velocity. Yeah. Because for this test, we don't want to have any inaccuracy cone. So, launch projectile. Inaccuracy radius is always... Where the fuck is it? It's nowhere. Cool. So yeah, we're not doing an accuracy radius. So therefore, this one is accurate. We don't have to do this one that looks like arse. We also want to... Does that not have a time? Debug time? Apparently not. Well, it sucks. Fuck yeah. Alright, looks like we're doing this one. Sim time, I don't know, fucking 10 seconds, whatever. Sim frequency... Whatever. Wait, is that how many... No. Proper debug time, 100 seconds. Wow. Projectile gravity, we've changed. Because we're doing it in slow motion. Although, actually, you know what? Let's take it out of slow motion. So when we have this test projectile meter. When we say do this, we want to give it real gravity and a real speed. 500. And a real rotation rate. What is this going to look like? Let's find out. Well, fuck yeah. It's lit. Oh, wait. The location that it's going towards. Let's make them throw it at our player character. Regardless of where they are. TBJBoo 2. Graph has a background? Yes, it's an editor setting. There's also no Steam page yet. And yeah, it'll be out when it's out. Don't you stress. Chat at the bottom right's unreadable. I can read it. Quite easy to read. Maybe you're viewing on a phone. Possibly. Oh, the color. Yeah, true. It is a little bit dark. I might brighten it up a little. That's a good call. It is very dark mode theme though. Very friendly on the eyeballs. Where's our freaking projectile rotation? Right. Let's get our what is it? The launch angular velocity multiplied by delta world. I feel like that should be negative though. Nice. Beautiful. Let's make them go towards our Valor. Event graph. Launch projectile. Our target is going to be just, I don't know, get active class player. Character. Well, actually, let's get. Well, actually, no, we can cast to living. No. Cast to living being. There we go. And as living being, we can get mesh. We can get socket. We can get head. Sweet. Alright, let's make these a bit smaller now. Why is that one... Ah, it's because the throw speed wasn't high enough to actually reach that point. So if we did this, then bam, straight to the head. If I moved ages away. Oh fuck. Well, I moved before they. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Now, the difficult part. Tries to access object as a blueprint class. It may be an instance of this blueprint. Fuck that. Oh, right. So that already is a... Yeah. Easy. Are they rotating backwards? Yes, you are correct. That's something that I need to rectify. In the initial blah, 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 blah. There we go. Nice. Yeah, cool. So, the tricky part now, actually this will be more obvious if I make it bigger. Maybe if we scale it up. Well, I can probably hide the little doodad widget that I made. No, not item. This one. Because now that we know the rotation is good, I'll probably also hide the other things. Yeah. Oh, actually. You know, that one is still... Yeah. Yeah, nice. You know what we could do, just to make them a bit more sick? Just chuck down a Niagara system. What do we call this? Set param. I wonder if it's width or is it ribbon width? Ribbon width, isn't it? We're also gonna say Niagara. Oh, but the orientation's gonna be way. Oh, it might not matter. And it just doesn't fucking exist. Yeah. Must be something that I've got. Yeah, fuck that. Here's another idea. Here's another. Oh, what are you? I just love math. Don't do math, kids. Oh no, is this going to be broken on open? No. Brilliant. Okay, so one other thing we could do to kind of simulate, to like see where they're going, I guess. Well, no, I guess if we just go slow motion, it's kind of easy. I mean, the other thing we could do is make them stop when they hit our fella. So, like, if we just say... let's just do a line trace. I won't actually use the tracing component. But if we just line trace by Chanel on Tickle, and we will use the... Let's just put some sockets on this bad boy. This one's called Socket. Wow. This one's called Socket O. Fantastic. Socket. Socket O. I'll have to do visibility, won't I? Yeah. Well, no, because our character doesn't fucking have fucking complex collision, do they? They only have complex collision when they get overlapped with... Well, actually, no, we could change that. Let's just kill you for a sec. Let's just go to our player character fella. Do you have a collision manager? Yes, but it's inherited? Fuck my life. All right, better idea. Better idea. Better idea. Instead of using our player character, we just use another thing. This is called a target testo. And it's going to be a... using different keys to toss, yeet a knife, and attack, throw a knife. Kind of. So, when we are just chilling, it's all good. Also, ignore the fact that he's holding the sword real weird. We just don't have the new logo animations. But when you press shift, you're now like strafing, aiming kind of stuff. And you'll be able to like toggle that with like a... I prefer to hold shift because it's like right where your pinky is anyway. And you know, it's kind of... You kind of need to switch between this and that pretty quickly. Because like, if you want to jump, it's spacebar. But if you want to roll, it's spacebar while you're in combat. Well, it's double tap spacebar while you're in combat mode. So with the throwing stuff, it'll likely be in combat mode, press T, and it'll do the attack throw of it. Whereas T is just toss what's in your hand. You know. So hopefully that feels intuitive for everyone. That's it. It feels very natural for me, but I'm not everyone. So also, I really need the bonk timer to go down. Hold on. Seems good. Okay, okay. I'm glad you feel that. I also need to do like running attacks at some point, which will be easy because it's like if we're running and then we press shift, it takes like a second for us to slow down fully. So we could do it based on your velocity. So, you know, if you do it and then immediately attack, it'll do a running attack rather than... But then, if you've got heavy armor on, your acceleration gets reduced. Or, like, you kind of... I guess, like, your handling, in a way. Same with, like, your rotation rate would actually slow down. Ooh. They're not real people. Be blunting the swords? But yeah, the whole game's kind of controls are set up in a way that it's like you don't have to... You should never really have to look down at the keyboard. So a lot of the controls are on the mouse, like aiming is with the mouse, obviously, but then things like left click will be, you know, interact, or right click and then a menu, and then left click to interact, or just tap left click to do the, I guess, like the contextually most obvious interaction thing. So like talk to the person, we just want to left click, talk to them. We can also do like hold left click to do something else. And then But then left click in combat mode is light attack. And then we've also got like mouse wheel up is thrust, and mouse wheel down would be a bash or a kick attack. And then hold left is heavy attack. And then they can all chain together and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of just like there's a few buttons that you usually always have your fingers on, but then you use shift to change the context of the input. And we could even use like alt as well, like alt click does something, or, you know, shift alt left click does some, you know, special ability or some shit. But I feel like having, well, I mean, it kind of makes sense, because if it's like alt click out of combat might do something, some alternate interaction, but then like alt click in combat mode, you know that you're in combat mode, so it's like an alternative attack, something. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, you make them really real tall. They could pass for Titans. Oh, you mean these fellas? Actually, it's funny you say that, because yeah, those like 5-meter class. Yeah, lit. Hold on. Now we're talking. It's lit. But yeah, being tall sucks. It means you're really slow. Although you can roll really far. Same thing with being like really short. Kind of sucks. Dude. It's lit. It's a lot more fun with an opponent. Here we go. Oh, the slash effect. Do you mean the debug weapon traces, or do you mean like the actual, like, thingo? Oh, wait, because we're in the middle of redoing the attack traces, so they're not actually active at the moment. Yikes, that's funny. Okay. Yellow and orange. Okay. Yeah, that's just, they're just for... That's how we actually calculate the damage from weapons and stuff. So the blue is for the handle, yellow is for the primary part of the weapon, red is for forward-facing tips, and so that all gets calculated in like the actual damage output. So like if we stab at this guy, but hit him with only the yellow part of the trace, it'll only deal slashing damage, but it won't deal any impact damage. It's like if it's same with like spears. If you stab someone, but the point missed them, and you just end up like rubbing the pole against them. You know. All right, let's continue with our thing that we were doing. I can remember that we were doing a thing to do with core items projectiles. Projectile. Oh, we were making a target for our things to go in. So, this can just be a, I don't know, cylinder. But it can look like this. Oh, the clothes. It's because they're scaly meshes. The clothes are just skinned. They're just. It's a scaly mesh. So, when we have a character, let me just go to our clothing. Prismatica or items, armor items. You know, upper body, something. Shirt 01. Oh, it doesn't have sleeves, does it? Anyway, let's look at this for example. So this is weighted to the character. Hey, do you know Alex Animations? Well, could it be you talking about yourself in third person? He does cool animations on YouTube, and he just made a game on Unity and uploaded on itch.io. Well, Alex Animations. Bonk. Get bonked, 10 minutes. I mean, it was worth a shot, right? I appreciate the hustle, but you know, it's the thought that counts. Scratch his itch. Yeah, so anyway, Manifest. The clothes are like modeled over the top of the character. So, and they're modeled to the same skeleton, right? So, whenever something deforms, the clothes do as well. Where's the view in blah blah blah? Browse, there it is. No, let me. But I just want to make a target. Well, actually, isn't there a target? Oh, there is some target icon. We could go with that. That could do. How does the cylinder get UV'd though? Oh, okay. There we go. let's just put that into a lerp. And we'll make it like a classic target. It's wood and red paint. Well, that looks fucking trash. Ah, it's because it's so... Right, well, looks like we're emissive. Pricks, hi, can you tell us what is the layering IK rig? Sorry, in project. Content examples made from Unreal Engine? I don't know, unfortunately. I've never actually heard of it. And I'm relatively new to the engine, you might say. All right, let's make this block. Okay, it blocks visibility. So that's these testy knifos. Where are they? Cool. All right, that's good enough. And we want these to look for... what do you want them to look for? Just for the target. Target testo. Hello. Get actor location. That's our target. And then when we hit something, we want to... Well, fuck, what do we do? Oh, we stop tick. Tick enabled false. If we hit something. So that's our super jank setup. So, in theory... Well, fuck. I'm not sure why they didn't hit it. Visibility. Ah! No, that does work. Draw time. Draw duration. They're not drawing. Could that be because... It's just not ticking. Oh, no, we want to get the projectile. Yeah. And then we also want this to start with tick. Alright, now it should be tracing. Oh, fuck. Alright, well, that's something. They're very fast. I mean, usually we'd be doing a different trace type. Also, I don't know what... Oh, they hit themselves. Gotcha, gotcha. No. Ah. Maybe that'll work. Yeah. Okay, so this is where the fun begins. So we have to calculate how many rotations they need before they hit the thing. Let's also slow them down a tiny bit. Oh, we could do on overlap. Maybe that would work. Because that would do collision sweeps. I mean, yeah, but no. Oh no, that's because they were doing that as well. I don't think that'll work. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do this. It's fine. But we'll just slow it down. So, launch speed, 500. Rotations per second, 2 is fine for now. That one didn't make it. Sweet. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're actually getting somewhere, unironically. Interesting. I guess if we do just slow it down, they can be a bit faster. Also, what happens if our inaccuracy radius is like a bit higher? What does it mean, you know? Scanian Enjoyer, you seem whack as fuck. So, see you in 10 minutes, mate. Alright, let's see if this works. I can't tell you that's because of the inaccuracy radius or not. Yeah, that's like 15 degrees. Well, actually, am I even... Oh, and that's not even... Doi. Inaccuracy radius. Let's get that then. I'm gonna set you. All right, so inaccuracy radius, which then in here is the inaccuracy radius. Yes. And then what was that again? Oh, that was to get the optimal throwing if it's out of range. So like the furthest that it can go. Right, let's see what these do. Are they going to be inaccurate? And are they going to be radius? Are they going to be fucking... Hello? Why are they not... I'm guessing I didn't plug something back in here. Yes, doy. You dick brain. Alright, so once we're done with this, you can bet we've got the most robust throwing weapons system in this game. Very exciting. That doesn't look very inaccurate to me. Why would it not be... Cone direction. Yeah. Launch pre-inaccuracy cone. And that's the actual launch velocity. Yeah. And then here we... Yeah, launch pre-velocity. Or velocity pre-inaccuracy. Cone direction. Does that maybe have to be... No, it is normalized. Yeah. Alright, what if we just, like... Oh, hold on. That's a local variable. No, it's not. We have two versions of the variable. Right. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. But after that, we're going to wrap this one up. Like this system, not the stream. So, see you soon. And we're back. Hello, hello. Quincy, if there's a critical hit in the game, it'd be cool to have slow-mo following the knife until it hits the target when a crit is triggered. So the only problem with that is that we don't actually know if something hits until it hits. Because the character could dodge it, you know, or they could get hit in the head by something else, which would move them out of the way of the incoming projectile, or they might parry it or something. So we know if something is predicted to hit something, which is also coincidentally how the AI will determine, you know, when and if to dodge a projectile or parry it, for example. So this is the one we want to set. So these should now kind of just fucking go everywhere. Oops. If we put that down to like even 5 degrees, depending on the distance, can be like quite a big, big margin. Yeah. So we know they're all aiming at the bullseye, but cool. All right. So what we need to do is calculate what the angular velocity is going to be. This thing here, which I believe is correct, but we also have to factor in the what's it called? This stuff. So if this is always rotating with its forward vector, which it might not be, although I guess then we just invert the thingo. We need to factor this and also the what's it called? Desired impact angle from forward vector. Well, not impact. Oh no, we could do impact angle. No, because we're going in rotations per second. So desired impact. We'll just do it in angles. So yeah, this would be 90 degrees divided by 360 equals a quarter, 0.25, which is a quarter rotation. So if the knife starts, if this is the forward vector of the thing, we want the knife to land, yeah, 0.2 cycles, 0.25 cycles ahead of the forward vector. So that's fine. Let's just set that to 90. Then we need to... How do we factor in... Well, it would be this minus this. Although it's hard because we could plus or minus it from the thing. Right, this is where it's going to get spicy. So... this divided by... Well, no, what can this tell us? Right, so here's our knife. So this is our up vector. This is our forward vector. We're not worried about the other, you know, this shit. So and the velocity is this way as well. That should probably be this. This is a forward vector, like it's velocity, right? So if it was... Can I rotate things in Paint? No. Fantastic. So what does this mean? What does it mean? Tiwi, greetings. Happy 7 months. Wowee. Wow, wowee. Just figured out a way to make a wheeled vehicle follow a spline and still use physics. Nice. Quite spicy. All right, I've got an idea for this train game name. Yeah, hell yeah. Here's my idea, right? If we get right, let's do an example that is zero gravity, right? So this will hit that. It is known. It is known. So let's just say gravity -1, inaccuracy radius 0, launch speed could be whatever. Let's just do it like that. That's fine. 2 rotations per second. If we look... Now, did that work? I don't think so. Let me just... Well, actually, no. Let's, let's set this so there's no fuckery going on. Because this will just, like, straight up just go, you know? Yep. So that did exactly 2 rotations, and it hit it with the middle of it, right? If we move it back, what happens? Is the rotation, does it still... No. Okay, so... However we're calculating our rotations until impact... Does it mean that our arc calculation is off, or that this is off? Maybe it's the actual arc, because the... Yeah... Actually, does the arc take into account the gravy? It does. Cool. Wake! Hello, hello! Happy 3 months. And this Jay, good morning, good morning. Actually, nighttime for me, believe it or not. Actually, what day is it? It's my birthday tomorrow. My birthday tomorrow, wow. In like 3 hours. Fuck my life. Wowee. Alright, let's figure this sheet out. Happy birth eve. Thank you, thank you. What if we, time seconds until target hit? Let's actually compare the time. So if we do this, and we set a variable, time started, and we set this as game time secondo. And then when this occurs, we print the game time in seconds minus time started. Or is it times? Yeah, no. And that'll give us the actual time. So we've got the predicted time and the actual time. That... Excuse me? Something is going very wrong here. When we do this, we launch. It says time started. Game time in seconds. Something in here is wrong. That's time seconds until target hit. I feel like it's the second print that is wrong. No, it's definitely the first, because that took half a second. So somewhere in here... Oh, I know what it is. I'm just dumb as fuck. It's, in here. Time seconds until target hit. It's probably... Let's just see what the actual distance that it's saying is. Distance to targets with arc. Well, that's fucking wrong. Distance to target with arc. Predicted arc length to target. Predicted arc length to target. Temp arc length, which is this plus this set as that. Do it over and over. Da 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 da. Oh, hold on. Why the fuck did I do that? God, I'm dumb. We have to set this after we do that shit. Alright. So now it says, yeah, something more reasonable, and the times are pretty much aligned. Yeah, and so if we move it back a bit. Yep, it's within 10 somethings. What's it called? 1/10 of a second. If we put the gravity back up to something reasonabler. Like -500. Let's see if this actually arcs properly. It does arc. It didn't make it. We didn't give it enough velocity. 1,000, maybe. Yeah. Okay, so the predicted time is pretty close. Oh, actually, that one's like... So 0.8. Okay, no, it's pretty legit. I guess because we're only running at 50 FPS, it'll always be a bit funky. Because I only run 50 FPS when I'm streaming. So yeah, those times are pretty... Alright, let's do something real whack. Let's... Fighting love. No, let's get this. From here. And... we'll have to launch it at like 5,000 units, maybe. Oh, okay, wait, I saw it. We'll just have to do it in slow motion. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Fucking pinpoint accuracy. It's okay, the human eye can only see 30 FPS. I mean, technically, yeah. Come on, you can do it. Oh! There it goes. Nice. Calculated. Oh, fuck, it's already gone. Was that slightly off? No, it was just sub-stepping. Cool. I think what we'll do with this, actually, we won't worry about the knife hitting it or whatever. Let's just do... Oh, not that. You go there. We want to, when we're tracing this, just for the debugging, we want to just get actor location, get component location. No, get... Get world location. We want to use that as the endpoint, and then after we do the line trace, we want to set this as previous location, and so that will be our thingo. Whoop. So that's how we'll be doing the traces. This way it won't, like, it won't, what's it called? And then I guess when it does hit, let's get the hit and just set actor location to this point. After we do that. Well, it should be the impact point, not the location. Sweet. And you know what? Let's... I can't make that bigger, can I? That's fine. Hello? Not bad. SMH literally developing aimbot on straight. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Alright, let's see if the launch speed was like 2000, can it still make it? Because it would have to go at like a pure 45 degree angle. It didn't make it. Poor fella. Maybe we'll do a debug line, because that can have thickness. Then we don't have to draw that. Yeah. So let's just hit simulate instead. Knife launched by Trebuchet, true. Pardon me. Cool. Look at that spread. Jeff just announced she bought a fanny pack. She's American. I'm English. I found that very entertaining. True. Classic. All right, so we need to calculate so that it always enters point first, right? So how the fuck do we do that? Well, we just have to calculate the launch angular velocity using this. Yeah. So because we... So we know the launch velocity. We know the... Oh, should this be the pre-inaccuracy one? Also, that should be normalized. Yes. Because if it was our... If our character was thinking... Yeah, no, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. This is like the intended launch velocity. There's something like in games nowadays. Looking forward to playing this one day. Yeah, one day. Maybe maybe when I'm old and decrepit. But thank you. Thank you. So, how and when? Well, okay, I mean, if this... I mean, that does launch at exactly that. But that isn't correct, because this should be doing exactly enough rotations to end up back at the first thingo. What the fuck does that mean? That should be or 4. Time seconds until target hit, divided by rotations per second, gives us how many rotations it would do if it was going at the desired thing. But we need it to end up at a full what's it called? Doing a full rotation, right? So if science says it's going to take 2 seconds to hit the target, but we want to do 4 rotations. So it must be the other way around. It must be 4 rotations divided by 2 seconds. means that our rotation rate is... No, what the fuck am I trying to say? What am I even calculating? Who... So we know how long it's going to take. If we assume that it's at position 1, like default position, and we want it to hit at default position over however many seconds. But we have a 5 seconds for full 3. Yeah. Well, because it's like seconds. So like this is to. Let's try again. It's a 5-second shot. We want it to do 4 rotations per second. Oh no, I should be multiplying it. And the difference... Yeah. No, yeah. So I shouldn't be dividing. I should be multiplying its 5 seconds we want to do... Because the time isn't always going to be an exact amount. So it could be like 5.2 seconds. Or let's go like 4.8 seconds times by 4 rotations per second gives us 19.2. So that's 19 full rotations and a fifth. So then we want to get this remainder here by getting the rounded... Well, no, not rounded amount. Because we don't know if it rounded up or down, do we? We need to know if it rounded up or down first. Because then we need to know whether to subtract or add. Like whether we want to go backwards or forwards to compensate for the rotation rate. But then when we figure that out, we then divide that remainder. Divide that remainder by the number of full rotations there were. So that will split it up between all 19 rotations, blah, blah, blah. And then give us... And then we add that to the desired rotations per second. And then multiply that by 360, which gives us the rotation rate that we need in order for it to perfectly hit the target, blah, blah, blah. But then we also have to factor in the initial rotation and then also the target rotation for it to, like, hit properly. So, like, the knife usually looks like this, but we want it to hit like this. So yeah, so that's the first mistake, was this should be a multiply. Then, I mean, we could just, instead of rounding, we could just seal it or floor it or something, and then we know that we have to add or whatever. But I'm thinking for, like, something that's a pretty slow rotation rate anyway. It's sort of like a... Can we, like, round with... No. How do we tell if it rounded up or down? Well, we can just, we can get the original number minus the rounded number and then sign. Will tell us if it rounded up or down. which is handy because that's what we need to do anyway. You go there, and then you go there. What the fuck? Get in there, dickhead. No, fuck off. I want to die. Oh no, wrong way. Shit. I want that to go down there, and that to go in there. Nice. Much cleaner. Alright, we're back in business. We're back in business. AI that does all the coding for you, and I enjoy the challenge, you know? That's why I do this. Just to flex my smooth brain. So, we round the number. New math... No, yeah, I know. I hate them. I hate them, Ben. Like, if I want a vector, but like, just, you know, whatever vector, and then I want to, like, multiply it by a float, but it's like this already, you know? Use fraction function, then you have to... Yeah, that's true, that's true. So then I wouldn't have to do this. I could just say frac. So it's round and frac. Yeah. Or is error sometimes? Yeah, I got that when the floats between like single and double floats. Which is really annoying. Wait, do I even... I don't even need to... Because if this rounded down... So if we have 19.2 and we round down to 19, that would be 19 minus 19.2, which would give us negative 0.2. But if it was 19.6 and it rounded up to 20... then it would be 20 minus 19.6 gives us positive 0.4. So this just gives us the thing that we want. So yeah, actually we don't even want that. We want this bit then divided by how many full rotations there are or will be. This is challenging. This is fucking crazy shit. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah, so divide... No, other way around. This by that. Add that to there. So this should give us the correct thing. Maybe. That's pretty fucking close. I feel like that's just because it's, let's try it back here. That one's... No, that one was fucked. That's fucked. No, they're just fucked. Okay, so it isn't working. It's not correct. Hmm. How do we do it? Wait, hold on. Rotations per second. That's not what we're looking for, is it? No, it is, yeah. Or is it? Yeah, it's rotation rate, which is multiplied by delta time. Yeah. So that's fine. Okay, let's think over it again. So, time in seconds until the target hits, multiplied by how many rotations we want to aim to do per second. Well, I guess, like, okay, here's the thing. Time seconds until target hit. If we get the reciprocal of that, should tell us, like, then these should always hit. Yeah, just about. Let's actually just slow them down a bit so that it's more accurate. Per seconds. One desired rotation per second. Whatever. Oh, this won't work with... Oh, no. Yeah, because these are... That's their vector there. So these should always land correctly, no matter what. Yeah. So, when I multiply by 360, you have that many rotations over the duration of 3 seconds, and you end up with 360 the rotation rate. So that would just speed it up or slow it down too much, if that makes sense. Oh, wait, you mean... Wait, hold on. You have that many over the duration of 3 seconds. You end up with... What's the rotation per second? Yeah, so the only problem would be... they'd end up going, like, hella fast or hella slow based on the distance then. Like, we want to keep it as close to the desired rotation rate as possible. Which means we have to correct the rotation rate backwards or forwards, depending on what was closer. Because we... Let me just try it. So if we just get this and... So you just reckon get this and multiply it straight in? Let's go very slow. That one didn't even make. Divide it first by duration to have it for 1 second. So duration. So wait, hold on. So we're saying this. Wait, I'm confused. First part is the total amount of rotations over the full time. Yes, yep. But they're not whole rotate. They're not. It needs to be integer rotations. Otherwise, it won't hit with the right part of the. It won't hit with the right part of the weapon. So if we throw an axe, then it will hit them with the butt of the weapon. But we want the character to. A character with an infinite skill would always hit with the point of the weapon, you know, that they're supposed to, in the exact spot. But then after we calculate that, like, perfect rotation rate in order to hit that thing, we then introduce variability depending on the accuracy of the character, so that over further distances, the rotation rate will be more and more off, and therefore has less chance of actually dealing damage with the proper part of the weapon. But if it's over a short distance, then the change in rotation rate, like rotation rate variability, won't affect it as much, kind of thing. So it's like it's a way of making thrown weapons less effective over long distances because the rotation doesn't line up, kind of thing, you know? So that's why we want it to... That's why we want this, but then we want to take the fract part and then reintroduce it to this. Yeah. But I may previously add these rotations, so when it's 45-degree difference, and this before you divide by duration to get the rotation for once. Okay, so all right. Oh. Wait, what is that? Oh, that was just... Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, it's very hard to talk about like this stuff, like through the Twitch. Through the Twitch. Let me annotate this as well. Because that'll probably help me look at it better. how many rotations, or how much of a single rotation needed to make a grill. Or fraction of single rotation. Turning to Mars class on throwing knives. Let's be archived somewhere. I want to watch it again in the future. It will be on the PrismaticaVOD's YouTube channel, which is a new channel for exactly that. PrismaticaVODs. PrismaticaVODs. There you go. Gashi Mate. Hello, hello. Subscribed? Hell yeah. Can I ask something? Absolutely, go ahead. Questions always welcome. Questions encouraged, in fact. Suck at projectiles, man. I mean, they can be a bit of an ass pain. So we need to, like, reverse engineer this now. So, like, desired rotations per second. This is how many. Yeah, so I should just need to divide this fraction by this. Unless it's, like, the negative of the fraction. Because then if I add that to the rotations per second, desired rotations per second. Oh no, do I have to divide it by that again? No, no. This is hurting my brain. Poor little brain. I want to make cinematic videos, but I have RX 460. Is it worth paying €24 a month for a server? RTX A6040 gigabyte. RX. How old is a GTX 480? It's quite old. Oh no, 2016. But it's so it has half the processing of Can I search this? Why'd you use it? Oh, 4GB version. Okay. What program are you planning on using to make videos? Is it like the actual editing of the things that might get bogged down, or the actual like rendering, like if you're using Blender? Oh, using Unreal. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Unreal's pretty, because it's made for real time. You might actually be fine doing it. I'd say just, yeah, stick with your card. And I guess save up that 24 a month. If you save up 12 months worth of 24 euros, you could probably buy a new graphics card. Yeah, I'd just start with Unreal sooner rather than later. And yeah, just get used to the program and see what it can do and all that stuff. So this would be makeup, rotations, spread, or makeup rotation, spread over total, integral, over total, complete rotations. So, I mean, in theory, this should be it, right? It's always in theory, though. It's always theory. Then if it's that, I feel like this should be it, right? But then maybe this has to be negative of whatever the result is. So that's definitely not it. But is this? Could this be it? Nope. Nope. Definitely not. Wow. Kill myself. And this is, keep in mind, this isn't taking into account the initial rotation relative to the projectile, blah, 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 blah. We're just kind of assuming that they're all getting thrown. Like, yeah. I mean, maybe that is the well, no, because in that case, this would... Oh, okay, you know what? Let's... It was like Prime Fortnite? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit of a performance nut, so... I always make sure that, things stay performant. That isn't it. That ain't it, son. I'll be back in 1 sec, guys. And we're back. I see people in YouTube make games in Unreal Engine with 3090s again runs at 20 FPS. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean it's sort of I mean the thing that matters is that they made the game. They put some effort in, and you know. They gave it a shot. They're doing something. That's what really matters. Now, how can I... Right, desired rotations per second is... Yeah, like if it was just that... 24 FPS film it? Yeah. Yeah. That didn't look like 4 rotations. Well, actually... Let's see... Okay, yep. Hell yeah, backup has arrived. Okay, let's open you. I see. All right, let's give it a crack. Yeah, okay, I get you. Let's try this out. Well, I'll do negative 360 because we're technically rotating it backwards for some reason. Then we don't actually need the initial rotation, but then we want to divide it by time to hit, and then that goes into there. I don't know if that will... That doesn't account for the thingo. Then the initial rotation. Wait, how can we add the... What's the initial rotation, though? Because we're calculating a rate, right? I'm not sure I follow. I mean, let's... What's that do? What, then if that was 0. Ah. Because these should all, in theory, hit the same. You know? Well, here's another question, right? How would we calculate if we have 20.7 rotations? How do we get the number that we need to multiply this by in order to get to 21? Would that just be 21 divided by, hold on. 21 divided by 20.7 gives us 1.14 something, 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 something. So then if we have 20.7 times this number, we get 21. Okay, hold on. So, we have the total number. Wait, fuck, what did I do again? Because we can just use the rate to, because it's multiplicative rather than trying to add across a billion things. So we just have the number that it got rounded to. So let's say it was 20.4 divided by 20. Which means that, sorry, to be the other way around, 20 divided by 20.4, which is this number, which means that 20.4 times this number equals 20. So, so the rounded number divided by the not rounded number if it wasn't being a piece of shit. Rounded number divided by not rounded number gives us the number to multiply by in order to, so it would just be that times this, right? Xi rotations per second. That. Surely. Well, fuck. I mean, they all... what have I done here? Is it the rounded number? Hold on. Ah, wait. Joy. Right. Okay, let's see. That's pretty fucking... Aside from that one, which I don't know what happened. I mean, we haven't adjusted for the initial and the target one, but... I think that's it. Yeah, and now the reason that looks like it went further is because it had to... It went up first rather than just straight out. So that's out. Now we just have to account for the initial and desired impact rotation thingo. So we have to put that in order to calculate the makeup percentage. So this is number needed to multiply to make rate equal whole rotations. No, but now, yeah, right. So now we just need to it'll be this plus... No, where do we... the rotation for the difference. The knife tip is pointing upwards, needs to and forwards to stick in the target. Yeah. So it's 9 degrees over time of, let's say, 2.5 seconds. So the different rotation is 90 degrees. Yeah. Yeah. So we have... So the other thing is that we can't actually calculate the... Well, we... Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, we have the desired impact. So, desired impact angle from forward vector, which is 90 degrees in this case. But then we also have the starting angle, but we can't actually use angles because rotations suck ass. So what we can do is use dot product. And because it's only rotating in one direction, we'd have to use two things to figure this out. But essentially, this can tell us if the dot is... Hold on, my brain. Let's say it starts like this, right? But the velocity vector is this way, but our forward vector is this way, and our up vector is this way. And this is rotating in this direction. So we know that if the forward vector dot is 1, then it would be matching the velocity vector. So we kind of have to compare, is the up vector positive or negative? I know this is possible. Like, we can tell... We'll be able to tell whereabouts in a rotation cycle it is based on these two dot products. So... the dot of the forward vector... I guess it's like the dot of the forward vector absoluted would... No. My brain. My brain. Because yeah, like you're saying, Tiwi, is yeah, we have to know what the target impact thingo is, but then we also have to factor in where it starts, because if it starts like this, then we don't want it to end. What the fuck just happened there? Wait, what am I setting its rotation to then? How is that happening? Did I break something? Or is it just a trick of the light? Sir? What happened to our beautiful... this thing? Launch velocity... that. Set wheel rotation. Are you freaking with me? It's supposed to just work. Whoa, what the... This was working earlier. That shouldn't be jumping that much. Oh, maybe I only did it around these axes and not the other one to test the... Yeah, because that works. Alright, look, at least we can do this. Oh, I didn't even make it. Rest in peace. Perfect, bro. This is fun though. I'm having fun. It's challenging. Challenging, but fucked. Maybe I should throw in the towel before I fry my brain any further. Oh, yeah, my brain. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. What is that? Save level as? What do you mean save level? Oh, an autosave. Wow, that's useless. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's see how this NFT turned out. Wow, look how sick it is. Yeah. Alright, now for those of you that are like, I'm pretty sure I said this already, but for like little tiny little throwing knife things, it could just be faked. Like it's not, you know, the biggest deal ever if the rotation isn't like perfect, you know, accurate, whatever. But the reason is that you can throw any weapon aggressively. Like if you had to be two-handed axe, you'd be able to throw it, you know. And so in that case, it would actually be a bit more noticeable if, you know, if the shaft of it hit the person and it ended up like embedded in them or whatever. The other option could be we just let it rip, and if it hits them with the handle, then it bounces off, and, you know, we can do all that. But then the issue is that a highly dexterous character would just be like whiffing all of their throws. So it's actually important. Don't doubt me. Stop. 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 Copium. Copium, copium. Anyway, I had a lot of fun. Make sure you check out the YouTube channel. Make sure you join our lovely Discord. And if you do want to support the channel and stuff, the best way to do so is through Patreon for as little as $1 per month. As we all know, Twitch can suck ass. You know, they only give like a, what is it, like 50% cut of subs and stuff. Although I guess you do get, ad-free viewing. So like, it's, you know, there are benefits to it. But I do try and only run ads when I do try and run ads when I go and pee or something. Zen! 1 whole year. 1 whole year Della Prime. What a fucking... Whew. That's a long time. Oh, the other thing, for those of you that, you know, ever want to look over this stuff again, check out the PrismaticaVOD's channel on the YouTube. And I think with that, we raid peak, because peak is peak, like peak performance, you know. So thanks everyone for hanging out. I had a great time. I hope you all learned something, even if it's like you learned how not to do something. Anyway, I'll see you all next time. Goodbye.